you when you have a moment.
After this, you're kind of a pirate aficionado.
Yeah, what is it?
Too soon?
I do. Goodbye.
Can't wait to see if Noel's theory about the artifacts was correct. Well, okay then.
We appreciate the help. Thanks for doing this.
You don't mind if I take a look at your ships? Bye!
Thanks for doing this. We'd be stranded if not for you.
That room of yours better be clean next time I go in there.
I'll get to it, Dad. I promise.
This ain't my getting around to it, Tone. You understand?
Ugh. Fine, okay. I'm going.
Everything's 5 by 5, Captain. All is well, Captain, all things considered.
We won't be any trouble.
We appreciate the help.
Hi. Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting, but I am dissatisfied with the results.
There's got to be something useful out here.
ever glad to see. A spacer gang has been stealing, and before we need someone with... Fine. Just...
Had a good sleep?
We're never gonna get this job done with brace mechanics if they see you walking. No, we should have gone with Arclight.
Well, hey there. Nice long rest.
All systems looking good, boss.
Thanks a lot.
It's about time. Come on, sleepy. Rest well, I hope.
Thanks a lot.
Violence imminent.
Thanks for doing this.
We appreciate the help.
Wow. You
We
are the
won't be any
soundest
trouble.
sleeper I've ever seen.
Captain, hello. I am satisfied.
You've got something for me? Let's see what you've got. Talk to you later.
Everything looks good at my station, Captain.
We'd be stranded if not for you.
Good to see you joined up.
Thanks
You're
for
part
doing
of something
this.
bigger now. Hope the Lodge is turning into a second home.
Rise and shine. We've got things to do.
Hi, Captain. Good to see you.
Setting down, everything in the green.
I used to keep my suit walks short until I learned you can go to the bathroom in these things.
you're ready to launch.
We appreciate the help.
Thanks a lot.
So, back to the lodge?
How can I be of service, Captain? Captain, greetings. I will keep your items. Goodbye, for now.
just isn't the same as the real thing.
We'd be stranded if not for you.
Now, you're not pestering the captain, right, Cora?
Pester? You think I'm a pest?
We
Oh,
won't
never.
in trouble.
Poor choice of...
Of course.
So this book collection fund I heard about?
Don't you always say, don't listen to rumors?
Landing initiated. Watch your flaring.
done? Now what?
Let's put this bird on the ground.
Hello, Captain. Hope you calibrated that thing.
There's something I need to talk to you about. Something you need?
Let's see what's out there. When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to discuss. suppose I have time for a nap before we leave?
Landing site locked. Take us in. I have something I need to discuss with you.
my dear darling, in New Atlantis. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I wish I'd brought my sketchbook. There are some gorgeous
I've heard the lead
specimens
researcher
around
lecture
here.
about evolution so many times that I might as well be a zoologist myself. I'm from New Atlantis, like the rest of the crew. I can't wait to get back. I'm not cut out for life outside the big city. Roughing it isn't exactly my style. I'm from New Atlantis, like the rest of the crew. I can't wait to get... Well, it's not the position I signed up for, that's for sure. I'm actually a paleontologist. Mast insisted that the research team bring me along. But my work doesn't line up with what the team's researching, so I ended up just sitting around most of the time. The lead researcher felt bad, so he gave me control of the shop. Depends on what I have in stock. It's all fun and games with this crowd until my shop runs out of tranquility. If the researchers miss their morning cup of neon dawn, it turns into a real bloodbath around here. Depends on what I have in stock. It's all fun and games with this. If the researchers miss their morning cup... Depends on what I have. If the researchers miss... I'm from all over. Hey, thanks for asking. I don't get a lot of chances for small talk. I'm a new homesteader, born and raised on Titan. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. The further this job takes me from Saturn, the better. Hey, thanks for asking. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Hey, thanks for it. I couldn't get out of there. Depends on what I have in stock. If the researchers... I'm from all over. I was born on a ship, and I've spent my whole life on the move. Jobs like this give you plenty of excuses to travel. Thanks for the chat. The more goods I... Let's trade. Take care out there. Being out in the field sure beats working on my thesis paper. Hi there, traveler. Could you spare a moment? We have a subterranean scanner that's been gathering data nearby. And perhaps scared venturing too far away. Could you... Thanks. I'm glad I don't have to do that. I'm more of a data slates and spreadsheets kind of person.
something I'd like to discuss.
done if you stay here. Perfect. Combined with our previous analyses, this should be enough for a detailed topological profile. Thank you. Please take this. It's not much, but I hope it's enough to make the trouble worth it. Thanks again. We're so lucky you found us. I have some unused biological samples for sale, if that's your... If you need to buy coffee or out of luck. Goodbye, friend.
Landing struts primed, retros firing.
Zeroing in on this.
much as I'm eager to explore the... We should have a talk. When you have the time, of course.
After this, you're kind of a pirate aficionado. Depends on the question. Alrighty. Sorry for the wait, everyone. Got a little held up on Vectera.
Barrett, we were worried sick.
Well, some of us were.
I see what you did there, Walter. And I know you've been secretly crying into your piles of money just waiting for my return.
Actually, Walter has been complaining about you more than usual, which is always a sign when he's worried.
Don't start, country.
Wait, is that? And to think the first artifact was taking up dust on the library shelf. Now, look at them all.
Ask if you've got questions. Speak up if you have ideas. We're all here.
You feel it a bit, can't you? Ever since I found the second one, had the visions. Being around them is just comforting. So hey, I'm still not 100%, plus I feel guilty dragging you into all of this. Why don't I stick around? Help you get adjusted to the weird corners of the universe. It doesn't really matter to me. Never get too attached to ships. After the 5th or 6th time one blows up and you get marooned. The romance fades. Plus the Frontier is a constellation ship. And you're one of us now. So it's just as much yours as mine at this point. Marvelous.
Yes? I have an important personal decision to make, but I need to discuss something with you first. Oh, well, I guess... I have an important personal decision to make. No, not at all. This is something that's been weighing on my mind for a long time. I was hoping if I talked about it with you, I could get your opinion. That's all. Phew, thank you. So, where to start? Before I was with the Navigator Corps, I was career military, part of the United Colonies Navy. When the Colony War broke out, I was posted as the chief navigator on a warship, the Dauntless. In my case, I was third in command, which has a lot to do with the story. There was a particularly bloody battle. We were fighting over a world in the Eta Cassiopeia system. Worst fighting I'd ever seen. We lost 12 ships that day. 12. Including my own. Economic reasons. Several of the worlds in the Cassiopeia system were mineral-rich. Both sides wanted to drop refinery outposts on the surface to bolster their supply. With hundreds of lives lost on both sides, I'd argue there were no winners at all. Now let me finish. The ship was barely intact. The captain and first mate died the previous day, which put me in command. A shrewd captain would have called for the crew to abandon ship. But I was so angry. I wanted to stay. I needed to fight. The Dauntless was a tough little ship. No shields and the hull was breached, but it still had power. And weapons. That's why I remained in the battle. Huge mistake. Well, I didn't have the luxury of indecision. I had to act. We fought for hours, but the damage was fatal. I gave the order to abandon ship and the crew piled into the escape shuttle. As the shuttle launched, I could see it was damaged, I heard screams before the radio cut. The last thing I saw, they were spiraling helplessly towards the planet's surface. There was nothing I could do. The ship barely had enough power for comms and life support. All I could do was watch them die. It was my duty as acting captain to be the last person to leave the Dauntless. We had more than one escape shuttle available. So, I elected to wait until they were safe. Thank you. But condolences can't reverse what I've done. I was caught up in the moment. An inexperienced captain making rash decisions that cost people their lives. My superiors. When the dust settled, the United Colonies gave me a medal. Can you believe that? A damn medal. I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial. After I checked every section of the ship for wounded crew, I took the other escape shuttle. If I hadn't, I would have died. The Dauntless came apart minutes after I escaped. That's true, but still, it doesn't erase the real issue here. You once told me, no matter how hard you fight, there are some battles you simply can't win. I wish I had heard your advice long ago. Don't you get it? Everything I do, everything I touch, somehow falls apart. That's why I'm worried about us. Look, it's clear the two of us are becoming more than partners. We're becoming close friends. Even though I've pushed people away in the past, I feel different when I'm around you. I feel safer, comfortable, not afraid to admit who I am. I'm terrified I'm going to screw that up. All this nonsense and you still have faith, eh? You really care about me, don't you? I feel exactly the same way. Phew. I didn't think that would be so draining. Thank you for being there, for listening to me when I needed it the most. I'll never forget this. I promise. I'm glad you're back. Let's get moving.
Sarah! Sarah, good to see you again, my dear friend. I expect to hear some exciting tales when you two return.
I'll try, but I doubt any of them will compare to the spectacular tales that we hear you spin.
Need something? Yes? I'm all ears. Good talk. Right. No worries.
Yeah, what is it? Fine by me. So long. You've got something for me? I'd be happy to carry. Time to go?
Bye.
I know as much as I love uncovering new questions, I wouldn't mind a few answers now. Anything I can learn from is a help. See you later.
All geared up and ready to go.
Just here for a chat? Brace yourself, boss.
This spine rocks.
Hey, what's going on? Sure, what's on? See ya.
He's mining. Glad to see you're back in one piece. That's fine, Dusty. Good. Letting someone else do the worrying has given me time to process my husband's death. I've come to terms with the fact that nothing I do can bring him back. Once that sank in, I commissioned a memorial to be constructed for Manuel. For closure and because he was never given a proper burial. It was built on the asteroid where we first met. I wanted it there as a testament to our happy memories. I like knowing they'll be remembered when I'm gone. That's kind of you, Dusty. Leave a bottle of Red Harvest whiskey behind if you do. It was his favorite. All right. That's enough sentimentality for one day. We have work to do, Dusty. Let's get back to it. Good. Once that sank, it was built on the Be safe.
I'm listening. Want to see what I'm carrying? by. Might not be Jemison, but this ship is starting to feel like home.
Thanks a lot.
Excuse me, what?
Picked up something you might be interested in.
Good day, Captain. I will keep your items safe. Goodbye, Captain.
Yes? Dropping off a few choice. Until later. Something for you when you have a moment. Can I help? I should start chatting. So long.
I'm all ears.
We appreciate the help.
Thanks for doing.
Walter spends a fortune to maintain the lodge, but I'd say it's worth every credit.
How can I be of assistance? Good day, Captain.
Ship is now docked. Perfect. Didn't even smudge the paint.
Captain, greetings.
We got a rook on deck. Good to see Constellation getting some fresh blood. Ah, gotta pass the hours on the star station somehow. And the iron's always been good to me.
Just don't challenge him to an arm wrestling competition.
Wish I could have been down at the lodge to see the artifacts come together. But I got a little lost peeking through the eye. That one's all on me. The eye is the nickname for the star station. Think of it as one big telescope. Probably would have just gotten annoyed at being bothered. I'll catch a smile at our next big revelation. You know there's more to come. Now, this station, the Eye, rigged up for deep space scans. Barrett and Sarah teased out the signs of where our artifacts could be hiding after we caught our second one. But the data takes a slow ride along the Sea of Light. Years or decades between us and the fringes of space without a grav drive. No matter how good the scan, it's still just peeking at light, and she only has one speed.
Ultimately, we're not looking at a planet. We're looking at the radiation coming off a planet. And that takes years to get here.
Lot of interstellar bodies in the way, too. All that noise makes squaring the circle harder. Only going to be able to give you so many at once. Wouldn't be tipping your ear if I thought it was a waste of time. Giving you the best of what's available. No more. You won't be the only constellation out there. Andreja and Matteo are both following up on scans themselves. Matteo went out recently, but Andreja, it's been a while. Hate to pull a worried old man act on you, but I'm an old man, and I'm worried. Another rook in Constellation who's making a name for herself. Likes to be on her own. I can relate, so I try to look out for her more than most. You're probably right. Just hard not to think of all the bad luck you can get into burning helium out there.
I agree with Vladimir. We shouldn't simply assume she'll be fine.
She should be at one of the 2 sites I've marked on your star map. Can take care of herself, but we all need backup sometimes. Anyway, hopefully you'll be catching Fortune's smile, and we'll have some more artifacts to take a closer look at. Happy hunting. Usually doesn't. I'm overdrawn from Lady Luck 3 times over. It's a long tale to tip your ear on, but if you ever wanted to visit, I have a house out there in the Starfield. Thought I was going to see life's eclipse from there, but Constellation swept me away. Haven't been there since we started on the Eye. If you do go there, turn the lights off when you leave, okay? The Eye's seen all it can for the moment. Good luck out there. Ever run the scholars on the Centaurus Proclamation? The original treaty that gave every human the right to colonize the stars? Stolen by some fool's joke of a Crimson Fleet rook looking to trade names to Captain. Sight to see pinned above my chair, like the whole settled systems was mine for the taking. Time dances its years forward, and I'd retired. That's when our own Sarah Morgan walks into the tale. Fire in her eyes and her head full of intel I thought I had spent the labor's efforts burying. Of course, I didn't have the Centaurus Proclamation just lounging in my pockets. Belonged to the ship and her new captain in the fleet I had left behind. Tipped your ear long enough, but the short line of it, Sarah and I returned the treaty to the rightful owners, and I decided to hang around. Lend an old pirate's wisdom to the mission. I make the visit when they need me. Don't mind the loner's life most days, and the eye is important work. But I should make the trip more often. Can't let Walter be the only one tending bar there too long. Everyone will forget what a good drink tastes like. That's why I missed your little welcome party. Got caught up plotting all the data the eye can give us. Wouldn't mind a helper's hand, though. Could speed the process along. Up-to-date planetary scans would help filter all the data I have to sift through. Maybe help to find the anomalous bits. And Constellation can slide a credit or two your way. All part of the mission of charting the stars, right? When you're orbiting a planet, your ship's scanners can pick up all sorts of information. Signs of life, resources, structures where they shouldn't be. It all gets downloaded into data you can hand over to anyone who's interested. And Constellation is always more interested than most. Then we're hand in hand in agreement. Now, get out there and burn some helium. And the darkness gets... Jaw the words another time.
Greetings, Captain. You may. I have no... Goodbye.
It might not be Jemison, but this ship is starting to feel like home.
We'd be stranded if not for you.
Sorry. I was lost in a memory for a moment there.
That room of
How can I
yours
help?
be clean.
Oh, right. Almost.
I promise.
Oh, pardon me.
This ain't my getting around.
Go ahead and ask. No, that's all I have to.
I'm going.
We won't be any trouble.
I wonder if any discovery reports have come in while we were away.
no peanuts in that.
If you can't decide, maybe move to the side.
Yes.
Hey.
Howdy.
I cannot
Thanks for
believe
choosing
this guy.
chunks. Which chunks would you like today?
What am I in the mood for today?
There are other customers waiting, sir.
When he was in line, couldn't he read the damn menu?
I wish there was a value meal option.
If I've answered each and every question, may I help?
Okay, hello. Pardon. Yes, what?
Has this guy never in his life
pardon.
been in a Chunks? It's just Chunks! Hello?
How many calories is that?
Yes?
The nutritional information is the same for all chunks, sir.
Just order anything.
There are so many options.
You really should decide. Please.
I got to get back to work. Order, damn it.
What am I in the mood for today?
If you can't decide, maybe move to the side.
What are you doing?
Just order anything.
What am I in the mood for today?
There are other
Space used to be a lot harder on my body. Now it's... I have a pen pal in Sidonia. We've been writing to each other. The old-fashioned way. Just enjoying the view. These days, my favorite thing to do is sit and listen. The wind, the trees, they all have their own language. Sometimes they even sing. I'm close to 80 years old, so I will spare you the long version. To put it simply, I lived, and I loved. And really, does a person need anything else? And when you get those things, will you be content, or will you suffer, wanting more? Perhaps the key to a healthy life is to treasure what you already have. You don't need my advice. You're alive. And you've survived everything that comes with that title. Which is to say, you are an achievement. A gift. Never forget that. Oh, it just so happens I need a letter delivered to my pen pal in Sidonia. Pay is in advance. 1,000 credits. What is a stranger except a friend you haven't met? Besides, there's something about you that I like, and I've always trusted my gut. Her name is Hattie. She used to live in the apartment I live in now. I used to get all her packages because she never bothered to change her address. One day I tracked her down and sent her a letter. She sent one back. And from then on, we just never stopped responding. Bless you, child. I believe you'll find Hattie at the community center in Sidonia. Just hand her the letter. She'll know who it's from.
back in Sidonia. Ah, I cherish these visits to the forgotten corners of the United Colonies.
Building Sidonia completely underground was a clever way of keeping the city shielded from the harsh Martian landscape. Sidonia can have a depressing effect on them. Keep a lookout. Notify us if you see anything suspicious.
Oh, you're going to regret this. Didn't even work for sweat.
How are you? No. Oh, I mean, was that too frank? I don't know. I mean, the job pays well, but it's dangerous and hard work. I hurt myself a lot, too. I'm definitely looking forward to my contract being up so I can leave. But I don't really know what I'll do after. Man, this is all so stressful. Well, I guess I am. The thing is, I get injured on the job a lot. Nothing too serious. I've lost a few fingers and toes and stuff. And well, I have to go see Dr. Flynn a lot for treatment. I'm pretty sure she's annoyed and sick of seeing me. I don't blame her. I've been thinking about writing her a letter of apology, but I have no idea where to even start. I don't want to come across as weird or annoying. Stay safe.
Mars, look at this place. I can't
How's it
imagine
going?
being
Can I help you?
down here,
Come back
choking
anytime.
on the fumes and the dust. No trees, no grass. It's depressing.
Invoices can be collected from the... Oh. Not here for a delivery, are you?
Do you now? Well, I do wish I could help you, Captain, but Dr. Walker has been missing for some time.
A shame, too. We had such high hopes for Percival. I brought him on myself to do medical and biological consulting around the city. Not the sort of work the Trade Authority traditionally does, but we thought it had the potential to become a whole new type of revenue stream for our branch. I invested no small amount of personal capital into the endeavor. But then he decided to run off after a discipline issue. I presume the miners have him hidden somewhere. Plenty of cracks on this old rock. But at this point, it's probably for the best.
That won't be necessary. The Trade Authority isn't interested in employing someone so unreliable. But we would like the money he owes us. If you can convince him to pay his debts, we'd be most grateful.
Oh, I loathe the Trade Authority. Is it absolutely necessary that we have to help them? I couldn't have put that better myself.
Pity. Perhaps a little advance on my part might pique your interest. Visit the Sixth Circle, a bar on the lowest level of the city. If someone in Sidonia knows where Percival is, you'll find them there.
Was there something? Be my guest.
land us in prison.
All outside service activities require the use of a certified safety suit.
UC security! UC security, don't make any sudden moves. We've got a live one here!
I can't be a part of this!
I'm getting to safety! Get back here now!
Only employees of Deimos Staryard's mining division are authorized...
Stop right there! UC security!
...and around Sidonia. It is your civic duty to report any unauthorized mining to Sidonia Security.
Smart move. Now come along with us. We'll take any contraband and stolen property. Keep on the straight and narrow, and there won't...
Hey, this is madness! You're on your own!
A reminder that particle detonations can occur...
You shouldn't have taken that from them.
...between the hours of 0600 and 1800 local time.
I know we're supposed to clean up vandalism, but I just can't bear to take down some of the drawings I've seen.
I wish my mom weren't not allowed to kids here. Sometimes you've got to buy.
Oh, I have waited so long for this book. A little longer won't hurt. Ooh, yeah. I'm probably not the best person to ask about this. I mostly stay inside, watch movies, read books, and hang out with my friends. But there's a couple of bars around here. One's for the mine workers and one for everyone. Some people like hiking around Mars. It's a cool planet for that, I hear. People just kind of make their own fun here. New Atlantis, this ain't. Oh, I saw a movie about this magic-using gnome who goes on this grand fantasy adventure and gets into all sorts of trouble. Wish I could remember the name. Have you seen the new Norvici movie? I mean, I didn't like it as much as his last film, but it was alright. Hey, have you ever seen Das Raumschiff? Everyone says it's amazing, but I don't know. It seemed kind of boring to me. It just goes on and on and on. I accidentally started watching the sports movie because it was on and I was too lazy to change the channel. It's about this underdog team full of losers. It goes on to win the championship. You know the one I'm talking about? Anyway, it wasn't bad. The Radical Adventures of Jim and James. Yeah, it's super old, but it still made me crack up. I recently binged a bunch of older flicks from before people left the system. A lot of them still hold up. Oh, there was this live-action movie adaptation of an old animated show. Oh, it was so bad. My friends and I almost died laughing. We had to stop like 3 times just to catch our breath. Nothing new. Oh, wait. I saw a movie about this weird bug that looked like a stick and it danced. Not sure what they were going for. But it was fun. Return of the Interceptor. It was cool, but I think the series is starting to get old. We'll see how number 8 is. I saw a cool horror movie called That. Just That. Scared the crap out of me. Oh, yeah. I recently saw 2 Dates for Darla 4. It was hilarious. Even better than the first. I accidentally started watching this sports movie because it's about this underdog team. It's about this Have you seen the new Norvici movie? Oh, yeah. What's that supposed to mean? But just because I look like I couldn't bench press a stick of raw spaghetti, I don't fit in here? Nah, just kidding. I got some issues that prevent me from working, and modern medicine could only help so much. I was offered an experimental treatment, and unfortunately, instead of getting cool superpowers, I got more medical conditions. But it's okay. They offered me this condo and set me up with enough money to get by without working. I live pretty well, all things considered. Bored? Are you kidding me? I got more entertainment at my fingertips than I'll ever finish, even if it takes forever to get to Sidonia. I don't think I'll ever be bored, and I'm certainly not going to waste my life working if I don't have to. I try not to let it get me down. Right now, I'm just focused on living the best life possible. I may have been dealt a shit hand of cards, but I decided to say, screw that! I'm going to play however I want instead. Though some things would be easier if I wasn't bound to my home. Well, I don't have the kind of money to pick up and leave. And otherwise, I kind of like it in Sidonia. My friends live here. Yeah, I get some credits every month, but I'm no millionaire. Besides, I share my money. I blow it all on games, movies, comics, books, and other stuff for me and my friends. I feel like it's better to spend it now. Create good memories for us. Yeah, thanks. You too. Return of the... All right, later.
In order to avoid injury, please report any... I just went what's best for me. Oh. Oh. See you.
Do you want to hear the song I just made up? I will see you later, alligator.
Learning to accept the truth of higher power.
I may be older, but I still got plenty of energy. Still doing things by hand, huh? I keep telling her she needs to act her age, not the stone one. But some people think being difficult builds character. Oh well. Let's see what she wrote. Oh no. I hope this doesn't mean... Me too. But Sawadi's letter scares me. If what she says is true, I can't stay here. I need to go see her. If she's really on death's door, then this could be my only chance. Thank you for bringing me this. I need to go see her. I need to go see her.
Bonjour. Halla. Nah. The red planet lives up to its name.
Hello.
Okay.
How's it going?
Excuse me.
I need to go see my friend.
How's it? There's nothing like
If
fresh
you
air
know
filters.
anyone
Am
in
I
need,
right?
we will always offer assistance. One is not conditional, and we will happily... I have already given you something recently, have I not? When a week has passed, I will gladly give more.
I only fly on tire ships. People call me a brand loyalist, but...
We will always... One is not condition, and we will happily... Of course, we are...
They're just not for
Faith be with you.
Faith in the greatness and ingenuity of the human spirit. Why, hello there. Be well in your travels.
You look hurt. Might want to head on over to Reliant. Dr. Flynn will get you patched up.
Broken Spear's upstairs. Go drown yourself there. This bar's for Devil's vets and their kin. Doc Walker? Well, you're barking up the wrong...
Andy, you. Why don't you come here and tell me what some Vanguard captain wants with Walker? Stray topsider wanders into my bar asking after a man like Percival Walker. Raises questions. What do you want with him? What? Someone give him the keys to a battle cruiser? Look, you can make up whatever crazy story you want, but you should forget about Percival.
You can spare us the performative stonewalling. We simply need a moment of his time, and you needn't hear from us ever again.
And you're someone I should trust, huh? Why?
I'm UC military. Retired. Can give you my gene tag code too if you'd like.
Not necessary. But look, even if I decided I was going to help you get in contact with Dr. Walker, Percival made himself scarce for a reason. His debt to the Trade Authority. But if someone resolved that debt, well, Percival wouldn't have to hide anymore. Can bet that person would make a friend out of Percival, and the rest of us devils. And I'm always inclined to help a friend. Red Devils were the meanest Marine unit the UC Navy ever had. Couldn't get in if you hadn't done at least one stint as a Martian Dusty. Made us tough. Reliable. It's why they chose us as the handlers for the UC xeno-weapons. No other unit could handle that pressure. Percival, though, he wasn't a grunt like all of us. Science officer. Made sure the monsters behaved themselves around the Devils, and didn't with everyone else. But it was those monsters that did us in. When the colony war ended and the armistice came down, everything associated with xeno-weapons got shelved. Red Devils included. Now they're just a memory. Me? Nah. Infantry officer. But my grunts deployed alongside the things. Never seen anything like it. Before or since. Monsters from the darkest corners of the Black, rampaging across the battlefield. Can understand why they banned them. Brutal. Armistice hurt us more than most, but... wow. Wasn't all bad that came out of that agreement. Well... most straightforward way to take care of this debt would be to just saunter up to the Authority and pay him direct. If you've got credits to throw away. Of course, rumor is the Trade Authority keeps all their records and collections files on a central server inside their storeroom. If someone was to break in there and adjust Percival's debt to something a little more reasonable, say a few hundred credits, I'd be happy to cover the costs.
Making that adjustment would be illegal. I don't think this is a road we should travel.
And, one soldier to another. Sidonia's full of old utility tunnels and crawl spaces. Wouldn't be surprised if there was one that let out right into the authority storeroom. Say, with an entrance behind the bar at the Broken Spear. Ooh, and you might need these. And I look forward to hearing the good news.
Psst, hey, you. Maybe Vanguard. Come here. Heard you talking with Lou, so you're going to help Dr. Walker? Oh, no, I mean, I've got my suspicions, but look, you're planning to help Percival, right? Yeah, sure. Listen, I know how you can do it without having to resort to any B&E. Aqueous hematite. Mars is full of it. People think it's just garbage, but Percival and I, we've been working on some projects in the deep mines. At least when he wasn't slaving away at his trade authority contract. But we stumbled on a way to make it useful and profitable. You give our research over to Octai at the trade authority, it should more than cover Percival's debt. That guy's always looking for an angle. Oh, I'm Cambridge. I was Percival's assistant. Well, apprentice, really. Couldn't work in the mines anymore, so he gave me a job helping with some of his side projects. Knows experiments inside and out, and I know this one was gonna be big. Well, yeah. We were never able to finish the research. Spacers moved in and ran us out. Started setting up shop.
Oh dear. I believe I see where this is leading.
But if you can clear them out, I can walk you through how to finish the research. Then you can give it over to the trade authority. They'll get folks working in the deep mines again. Jobs come back, I become a modern-day folk hero. Then I don't have to sleep on an inflated spacesuit anymore. Biggest employer on Mars has always been Deimos Star Yards. After the Colony War, armistice meant they needed a lot fewer warships. Fewer ships meant fewer minerals. That meant a lot of folks scrounging for work around here. A bunch of parasites and cutthroats. They're folks from the fringes of space, willing to put down anyone who tries to move in on what they've decided is theirs, even when it ain't. Strange this group would pick Mars as a new home. Sure, we're not downtown New Atlantis, but there are places where they'd be bothered less than here. My guess is the authority tipped them off when they heard we were working down there, and cut off what they thought was the competition, you know? Great. So access to the deep mines can be found outside the city. It's not far, shouldn't even need to hop back in your ship. We'd set up right near the main drill. Taking out the spacer leader should get the message across to the rest of them to buzz off. Once you've managed that, phone up here on the comms panel, and I can walk you through finishing the research.
Yeah?
The Red Devils aren't exactly your average bar crowd. You can see it in their eyes. We don't belong here.
Be careful down near the mines, and enter any active sites at your own risk.
Martian. Time is money, love, so if you've got something to say, then say it. I'm in what you might call the Special Liaisons Department.
When the TA needs to deal with, let's call them organizations that tend to fly below the radar, that's where I step in. I keep my own hours and the pay is good. So who the hell am I to complain? You bet your arse we do, love. You've got all these dusties crammed into this tin can of a city, scrambling to use their profit shares to pay their bills. If they have a thin month in the mines, the credits are still due. So we're here to buy anything and everything people want to sell. And I do mean everything, if you catch my meaning. Not that I'm admitting to anything, of course. Sure. Mission boards where you should go if you're looking for your one-and-done freelance jobs. You'll tend to find them at local watering holes near spaceports, like the Broken Spear here in Sidonia. Leaving already? I was just getting interested.
Just buzzing through or here to stay?
It's hard not to worry, I suppose.
Miner's pretty much
Off right away, or do you need a little bit of time?
We won't be in trouble. Sure.
It's about
I've got a
time.
minute.
Rest well, I
Got
hope.
my attention, Captain.
We'd be stranded if not for you.
How can I be of service, Captain?
hope we remember the way back to the surface. difference between being prepared and carrying too much.
You're gonna need to collect a sample of hematite to run through the thresher. Grab a laser cutter and head back to the chamber where you came in. Once you've got a sample, thresher's the big machine in the next room. Passcode to start it is Ares 2330. Take care of all that, and we'll have Percival's name cleared in no time.
All set? Good. You can take the elevator in that room back to the surface. There should be a key stashed in the Thresher room, if the spacers didn't make off with it. I'll be waiting at the circle.
If you're overloaded, we should stop and prioritize what we're carrying. I have something I need to discuss with you.
time. And that... Cool. Sounds like a plan. Come back anytime.
But on the ball terror system.
Got the slate. Let me see. Reduced joint wear? Oh, increased lifting capacity. A dose of this stuff could make a miner way more efficient. This formula's gotta be worth at least as much as whatever Percival owes. Okay, so here's what you do. Tell Octai and the Trade Authority you found a business proposal that will make miners more efficient, higher yield, synergy, you know, all that business crap. And that you'll trade it to him for clearing Percival's debt. You good at doing pitches and stuff like that? You can try if you feel confident, but I didn't want to push our luck. Besides, if that drug gets big, I think everyone benefits. So, you think... Oh, this is gonna be great. Oh, and here, a copy of the formula for yourself, in case you ever want to try maximizing your own industrial output. Oh, use that if you can. Good luck.
Was there something else? I'm never one to turn away an opportunity, but I'd be curious what you think you've uncovered in the Martian market that others have missed.
Aqueous hematite, iron and wastewater. Well, I'm not surprised no one has proposed something like this before.
And exactly what does this new drug of yours do? An interesting proposal, if your data pans out. But where's this hematite coming from? The active mines would be too expensive to retool. The deep mines could be an option, but they're full of spacers, or so I've heard.
Is that so?
Well now, that is intriguing. A completely untapped resource pool, and the sort of utility every mining firm in Sidonia would be clamoring to get their hands on. We could contract out all the actual lab work, bring on one of the hungrier mining concerns for materials, the licensing fees alone. And think what it would do for our image with the general populace. This mine, reopened, thanks to the Martian Trade Authority. Very interesting indeed. And what do you want for the rights to this drug?
Dr. Walker's dead? That's it? Consider it wiped.
Well, it seems we have a deal then. And here, A finder's fee from the Authority. A perfectly reasonable amount for a discovery with this sort of potential. Wouldn't want you feeling shortchanged down the road. We'll just be taking that slate before you have any second thoughts. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Captain. If you stumble upon any more business opportunities, I
Seek a community center representative to plan your event or regular gatherings today.
Not a lot of folks would have stuck their necks out for a stranger like that.
Yeah? Did you now? Fine work. My end of the bargain then, I suppose. He's holed up in the old Red Devil's HQ. Place was sealed up tight after the UC shuttered our unit, but we snuck him in the back entrance through the deep mines. Was also going to warn you about spacers down there. But it sounds like you might have already tossed those dregs. Yeah, the passkey. And I'll let him know there's someone he owes one hell of a thank you on their way down.
Watch out for the robots. They're surprisingly sneaky.
Crime's at an all-time low around
Well, that was fun. Now what?
There's something I need to talk to you about. Had a good sleep?
Want to hear a joke?
Sure, sweet thing.
Who can jump higher than a
What's new?
skyscraper in New Atlantis?
I don't know. Who?
Everybody! Skyscrapers can't jump!
Okay. Good one, Cora. Hey, next time you see Barrett, try it out on him.
We appreciate the help.
when you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you.
Out of the red with the Trade Authority. Can't say I don't appreciate it, but I doubt you came all this way just to do me a favor. Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts? Tissue sample? You came all the way down here for that? Must be some damn important cells. You want to tell me what I'm about to be staring at? A fast-growing pteromorph. That is concerning. Who exactly told you to bring this to me? Hadrian. She gave you this? If she made you come all the way for this... Let's get inside. I need to see these cells.
I have something I need to discuss with you. Yeah?
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the debt. Can't say I'm thrilled the Trade Authority got their mitts on the research, but I guess that's the price you pay not to live in a cave the rest of your days. All queued up. Let's gaze into this abyss, shall we? All right, just get those cellular markers tagged. Wait, where are the markers? This can't be right. This sample, it's Londinian. I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. You're not lying to me? Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen, I'd be mad and very, very relieved. Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst pteromorph attack in human history. I presume you've heard of Londinian. It was. An entire city wiped off the map. The swarms were so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy at large. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did, well, they look just like this one. I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive, either. I don't think it was transported to Tal Ceti. This specimen, it grew there, faster than any Terramorph should. Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-Terramorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside Londinian, that's not gonna end well for humanity.
It would be the end of us as a species.
So, you lugged this bad omen all the way here. You want to tell me what your plans are for it now? Because until now, the Terramorphs that wiped out Londinian had the good sense to stay put. What happened there? It was a tragedy, but at least it was contained. So to find evidence for a similar attack, so I'd love to know what it... Because until now, the Terramorphs that wiped out Londinian had the good sense to stay put. What happened there? It was a tragedy, but at least it was contained. So to find evidence for a similar attack on a different world, well, we don't have enough information to know precisely what this means. But I doubt it's good. So I'd love to know what it is you're planning from here. The circle, huh? Could use a drink about now. Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's get going.
We should have a talk. When you have the time, of course. What can I help you with?
Entertaining the notion of xeno-warfare angers me to the core.
Sample's safe. You got my word. That's right. UC shuttered it after the war. But I, just happened to remember the access codes. Figure no one else was using it. Plus, I knew the security was good enough that the Trade Authority couldn't just come waltzing in the door even if they figured out where I was. So, I set up shop. Lou hooked me up with some supplies when I first came down. Damn good thing he did, too. Since once those spacers moved in, I was on my own until you showed. The ultimate sin. I cut him out of a deal. Medicine can get tight on Mars. Mining's plenty dangerous. So I cooked up some meds on the side for an old friend who was running low. Well, that friend told her friends. Before I knew it, I'd become Mars' go-to black market pharmacist. Trade Authority eventually found out and wanted a piece of everything I sold. And then some. It was at that point I decided to take my leave of absence. It's certainly not good. Terramorph attacks don't bother us in our daily lives because they're so infrequent. Londinian was horrible, but it was one rare exception. Another sample, though, gets us one step closer to it becoming the rule, which means we need to get this information into the right hands as soon as possible. Someone spilled the beans, huh? Yeah, Hadrian and I. We're both former Xeno warfare. But it's been almost 20 years since the UC cut us loose. Since then, well, I've just been trying to make ends meet. Picking up jobs as a lab tech, physician, a vet. Not a lot of folks excited to hire someone with a past like mine. Which is why, when the Trade Authority offered to bring me on as a consultant, I leapt at the chance. Guess I should have spent a little more time on that fine print.
For you. I was activated 17 years ago. I malfunctioned and have been in disrepair and unable to move for over 9 years. Repairs are too costly, and I am well past my warranty expiration. Now, my primary function is that of an automated personal assistant. It was chosen over deactivation. I can make general announcements and relay messages from one registered miner to another. And I can report about local news. All news and information has been supplied by employees of Deimos's mining operations. I also have been programmed with a limited selection of jokes, but I have been told to warn you, they are not good. Don't forget, this month's target goals have been increased by 5%. Failure to meet your new goal may result in termination of your current contract. Good thing you do not work here. Sorry, you must be an employee of Deimos Star Yards to access the messaging function, and you are not. No doom with this quake. A helpful reminder that subterranean particle fracking has resumed after its recent hiatus. Residents and workers alike are encouraged to heed the warning announcements and brace themselves for any turbulence when the blasts go off. Thankfully, you can rest easy knowing that detonations no longer occur at all hours of the night. Feel free to toss your alarm clocks, however, because they resume bright and early every morning. Treasure in the deep mines. A significant deposit of rare aqueous hematite was discovered in the mines of Sidonia. Thanks to recent discoveries, this mineral is regarded as highly valuable and should lead to increased prosperity for local miners. However, reports indicate that the influx of credits will not go towards repairing any particularly broken robots, but towards job creation for people. Gone, but not forgotten. Rumors swirl about the return of the famed Red Devils. Authorities have reportedly been in discussions to re-establish Mars's most elite fighting force. Of course, I've been reporting this news for 15 years straight. But yes, surely, this time it's really going to happen. Space Frog from outer space. Posters featuring a small green frog creature in a space helmet have popped up all over town. Word is, he's a massive hit across the known universe. Locals are enamored with Space Frog's charm. And rumor is he was created by none other than Sidonia's own creative child superstar, Renee Shelby. When asked about Space Frog merchandise, Renee was quoted saying, "Space Frog should be free to anyone who wants to feel happy. Power to you, kid." There is currently no new news to report. There is currently no new news to report. Why did the snowman need a moist towelette? Because his arms were sticky. My doctor told me I need to cancel my camping trip and sell my circus tickets. She said I needed to avoid activities that are intense. Intense. Get it? Where does a general keep his armies? In his sleeveys. How can you tell a bad joke from a good joke? A bad joke is fully grown. My friend was having trouble getting people to sign up for her hide-and-seek contest. It turns out, good players are hard to find. I could tell you a joke about paper, but it's terrible. How does a moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. I am a great computer, but I'm very tight-lipped. If you ask me what I get when I subtract 7,642 from 7,642, I will say nothing. Why did the miner eat her headlamp? Because she wanted a light snack. I can only list 25 out of the 26 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. Did you hear about the outdoor restaurant on Phobos? The food is good, but it lacks atmosphere. I slept like a log last night. I woke up in a fireplace. I used to be a trash compactor in a shoe store. I had to leave that job because it was soul-crushing. I am reading a book on the effects of anti-gravity. I just can't put it down. What is the best way to throw a party in space? You plan it. I was going to tell you a joke about construction, but I'm still putting it together. Why do spacers who live in asteroid belts put beef chunks in their soap? They're accustomed to meteor showers. What do you call alien organisms that live in swamps? Martians. Why wasn't the scuba diver invited to the company executive's beach party? Because he was below sea level. When is a joke considered a dad joke? When it's apparent? I am out of jokes. Would you like to hear them again? I can repeat them forever, and they will be just as funny. I promise. Then my instructions are to sit here, do nothing, and be ignored. My programming indicates these are 3 of my favorite things.
Mast would like to join Sidonia in celebrating over 275 years of living on Mars. The United Colonies are proud to support the citizens of Sidonia.
You're no hassling yourself anymore, Major. Our friend here showed me your sample. Suffice it to say...
Not here. Let's talk somewhere more private. Lou said we could use the back.
Think Hadrian's looking for you. Not the kind of person who likes to be kept waiting.
You coming?
Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Makes 2 of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble. That's definitely not what I thought I was signing you up for. But thank you. So, were you two able to get that workup together?
Got it right here. That sample? It's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's gonna take to access our old Terramorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Va'ruun somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out on 2 conditions. 1, they want to see this analysis you two have procured. And 2, they want to discuss what happened on Tau Ceti. With both of us. The Cabinet's the UC's highest governing body. The President, top military brass, scientific and diplomatic division heads. Any major decision the UC makes goes through them. They're the only real chance we've got of unlocking the archives. So without their blessing, we're flying blind. Well, when the Colony War came to a close 19 years ago, with the signing of the Armistice, 3 factions were involved in the negotiations. The UC, Freestar, and House Va'ruun. They made a lot of decisions about what sort of tactics should and shouldn't be permitted in future conflicts. All information related to the things they decided should be banned was locked away in the archives. Now, it's possible to get things out of there, but only with the agreement of members from all 3 factions. And as to what our research is doing in there, well, I'll get to that. It can be a daunting experience. Which is why I wanted to make sure, before you agreed to anything, we gave you the whole truth. Percival and I, we're not just researchers. We were military scientists, ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons.
Place I was hiding out. That was our unit's home base.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC xeno-warfare. A practice that's been banned ever since the Armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. No. We were both dismissed after the war for what we did. These days, we're just concerned citizens with a very particular area of expertise. Our damage has been done for a long time. Oh. You already knew. I'm sorry about that. It didn't seem relevant in the moment, and well, it's not something I'm exactly proud of. But it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying Terramorphs on the battlefield. The project never got off the ground, but the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the Colony War. Under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still participating in regular politics. But if we can convince the Cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what exactly this sample might mean. And hopefully, how to prevent more attacks like the one that spawned it. Because the Terramorph project was doomed from the start. Terramorphs are too mean, too smart, too hungry to be used in combat. Trust us, we tried. The data that's in the archives, it's historical write-ups, anatomical notation, food chain analyses. I doubt they would have even classified it if it didn't have a Xeno-Warfare logo on it. You have my word. It's not a threat. I mean, I hope they will, given the evidence we've acquired. But getting the Freestar Collective and House Varun on our side, that won't be easy.
Since neither group is exactly on great terms with the UC at the moment, for various reasons.
Exactly. It's going to mean negotiations and deals and plenty of diplomatic legwork to see this through. But I don't see a better option to solving what's going on here. So it's gonna be up to us to get them on board. That's all I'm asking. Thank you. Now I need to get this work up in the Cabinet's hands. Once that's done, I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis.
Good luck. You two are gonna need it. Chat later, huh?
We just need to get the Cabinet to... The bridge above the Mast Nat station. Meet me there. When people find out who I am, it usually makes things complicated. And the situation we were in back on Tau Ceti, in that moment, we sure as hell didn't need any added complications. I wish I knew. Despite the difference in scale of the two attacks, the samples having the same markers, it's too big of a red flag to ignore. But whether it's something internal to these morphs that's different, or something common in the environment, or something else completely, we can't know yet. We just need more information. That's why we need to speak to the Cabinet. Exactly. To access the archives, we need to get the UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun to all agree to help. And just getting the UC alone on board is going to be hard enough. I don't expect the Cabinet's going to be thrilled about the prospect of rocking that diplomatic vessel.
Please keep prolonged showers and other water use to a minimum. Do your part to preserve our precious resources. Thank you from the Sidonia Department of Public Works.
Highlander orders not to engage with non-personnel.
Don't worry. We're gonna make sure you get... Trust me. Don't worry. You're gonna do great.
Hey, careful around the equipment. Don't want to miss an arm. I could use a break.
People always ask me, see you around.
Hey.
Ever been to Aquila? No security.
Surprising turn of events and a victory for us all. Journalistic integrity at its finest. SS in hand. several areas currently zoned as residential are seeking to allow home-based businesses. This seemingly simple request has brought bitter controversy that seems now closer.
If you need a little, touch-up, I'm happy to help.
Well then, what can I do you for? Hey, darling. You look like the type who doesn't mind getting their hands dirty. The Trackers Alliance can always use more bounty hunters to handle wanted fugitives. If that feels like your speed, talk to me, check out our posts on mission boards, or head to the new HQ in Aquila City. Ooh, should I tell you? What the hell? It got me in trouble, but it's a good story. So, I got a bounty for this guy. Real tough spacer, I find a ship, board without him knowing, and I literally catch him with his pants down, getting ready for the day or something, I don't know. Anyway, before he can react, I tackle him to the ground to cuff him, and he lets off a sly quip thinking he's got game, but I don't take kindly to that kind of advance, see? And well, bounty says alive or dead, so I make the call and I put him down. Anyway, turns out it wasn't the right guy, but this guy was also wanted. What are the odds, right? Well, the Alliance didn't think it was as funny as I did, so now I'm stuck here helping new recruits. Oh, we have a new headquarters in Aquila City. Nice place. Been there a few times myself. If you want to actually join the Trackers, it's the only place to do it. It's right in the core of the city, by the rock where the old McCall estate used to be. Can't miss it. It's way better than the old HQ. Ooh, that place was a dump. Underground in the middle of nowhere. So glad Agent Number 1 decided to move it. Not someone whose bad side you want to find yourself on, believe me. There's always an Agent Number 1 leading the Trackers Alliance, and they are always completely anonymous. Sometimes chosen from our ranks, sometimes not. I heard there's some sort of secret panel of trackers and government agents from the Settled Systems factions that decides who to put in the role. Oh, darling. We're the baddest bounty hunters in the Settled Systems. People pay us to find criminals, scum, and other lowlives when they don't want to or can't track them down themselves. So, you're fixing to take yourself on a little bounty hunt? Well, look no further than the Broken Spear. The Trackers Alliance posts jobs on the mission board over there. Big old console, can't miss it. Now, look, much as I'm itching to get back out there and take down wanted marks on my own, I can't help you any more than that. So, don't come crying to me if you can't hack it, you hear? Good. If you recall, I'm only stationed here because of a mistake I made. Been bugging me ever since. The bounty that got away. Now, I heard rumors that this no-good, dirty quarry's been lurking around Mars, but I ain't had the good fortune of him strolling on in here. I think he's smart enough to know better. I got a plan in place to find him, but I gotta prove to my other tracker contact that he's here. That's where you come in. Just gotta plan a no danger to you. Ken Placus, smuggler, the worst kind. Deals in all sorts of black market goods. He's wanted for grand theft, human trafficking, murder, you name it. He's also extremely good at what he does. He's eluded the best of UC security for years. He's even slipped by our own trackers, myself included. I'm convinced he set me up to fail, found a look-alike to unwittingly take a fall, made me look bad. So I'm sure you understand it's kind of personal. He doesn't know it, but he's got a chip in him with a unique ID. Part of the reason he's learned to keep out of the major cities and settlements. Trackers always manage to find him when he comes to town, so he just stays away. But he's a slippery fella. That's why I want to send someone to catch him where he feels safe, just along the outskirts. Sensors tuned to that chip. Makes sense now, don't it? Hell no! If I'd wanted you to do that, I'd be asking you to do that. No, I got a good friend, tracker buddy who stuck by me through and through. Gonna split the haul with him as soon as he brings the mark in. That ain't up for debate or negotiation. Under no circumstances are you to interact with my quarry, or you'll find yourself at the wrong end of a bounty. Alright, so, you're gonna want to take this here sensor and put it way up at the tippy top of the old Mars launchpad tower, where it's nice and unobstructed. You're gonna want to make sure you've got a boost pack to help get yourself up there, or else it's gonna be a tough climb. Mars gravity's on the low side, but not that low. It'll track down my Mark's chip signal, assuming he shows, and I'll call in my partner to take care of him. Clear out and come back to me as soon as you're done so you don't spook the quarry. Get it? Got it? Good.
Be careful down near the mines, and enter any active sites.
Can't believe we're still pulling up huge mineral deposits on the
I know you posted that drawing in my bar. Leave it. Brightens up the place.
Worker satisfaction has been falling recently. Takes excess responsibility for a part as played a part in
Can't say I'm a fan of excitement or drama around here. Only that I didn't care much for them getting disbanded years ago. I don't care much for the rumors they're coming back someday.
The miners pretty much run the lower levels here.
When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to discuss.
Enhance offers many services such as...
Goodbye. Do your part to keep Sidonia graffiti-free.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
That's why I like getting out of the city.
Crime's at an all-time low around Sidonia.
Hello? Do you have... I see. Well, luckily, Governor Hurst enjoys... You're very welcome.
I couldn't be prouder than to govern the UC's first major space... Sorry. Conversation short.
I keep telling myself, next year, it's back to New Atlantis. Out. Let's have a little look. Oh, looks like you've got a real bad case of... You know what? I'll spare you. It's not good. We better... Oh, that's not good. Well, nothing a little modern medicine can't cure. All right, you're good to go. Now stay safe out there. Take care.
A reminder that particle detonation can occur within the city's limits
Route
of 0600 and 1800 local time.
Stay away from the sixth circle unless you're reminded.
Am I in your way?
There's something I need to talk to you about.
If you're going to use the elevators or stairs.
Oh no!
I give it. Nothing's ever easy here. Be safe.
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist. Hey, good to see you again. Still think there might be... I'm a real expert in the gunner seat. Have to be, since I usually fly solo. I'll knock out any targets we come across. That's a promise. Okay, I'm game. I could use a break from the Sol system. Give me a few to get my things together, then I'll... Been in the Vanguard a long time. The faces change. Whatever floats your boat, Captain. About 15 years. I joined up after my friend was hijacked and had a load of cargo stolen by some spacers while he was headed to Sidonia. I'd always kind of felt compelled to serve the UC. But my friend getting hit was the last straw. Turned out to be the perfect job. The Vanguard's chock full of good pilots who were committed to making things better for the average citizen. My kind of people. I go back and forth on it. On one hand, I kind of feel like I've abandoned my post. On the other, I don't know how much longer I could have stayed in the Sol system. That ecliptic hit reminded me how many enemies I have in the old neighborhood. I might have been in real danger if I'd stayed there much longer. And a dead Vanguard's no use to anybody. I handled all kinds of trouble in the Sol system. Sometimes it was simple stuff like towing stranded ships to Sidonia for a refuel. But every now and then, I got a whopper of a mission. The biggest one I ever took involved tracking down a Varun zealot that was shooting at civilian ships. I tracked him down and brought him into UC custody all on my own. One of my proudest moments as a Vanguard was when I handed him over to the Marines. I handled all kinds of trouble in the Sol system. Sometimes it was simple stuff like towing stranded ships to Sidonia for a refuel. But every now and then, I got a whopper of a mission. The biggest one I ever took involved tracking down a Varun zealot that was shooting at civilian ships. I tracked him down and brought him into UC custody all on my own. One of my proudest moments as a Vanguard was when I handed him over to the Marines. Look, I know how it goes in the settled systems. Not everyone's as squeaky clean as I am. But whatever trouble you get into, leave civilians out of it. Doesn't matter if they're Freestar, UC, or what. That's a line I'll never cross. Being damn good at my job, that's how. I've been nothing but trouble for the criminals and smugglers in the Sol system since I joined the Vanguard. They've been trying to white-line me for years, but no one's been able to swing it. I'm guessing my enemies pooled their money and put some real pearls on my tail. It's kind of flattering that they sent in the big guns to do the job. I hope not. I'd never forgive myself if someone else on the crew got hurt because Ecliptic came after me. I fell for the oldest trick in the damn book. They hailed me for a cargo inspection on a frequency that I thought was legit, and I stopped. They boarded my ship and had guns in my face quicker than you can say grab jump. Well, I'll take what I can get. Vanguards mostly work solo, so I don't get a lot of compliments. Not an issue. My daughter lives in the Sol system with her mom. I don't see her much, though. Kind of a sore spot. I wouldn't exactly call myself Dad of the Year. I was real young when she was born, and her mom and I could never make it work. Plus, with my job taking me to space all the time, well, you get the idea. I wasn't as involved as I should have been, and I've been kicking myself for it for years. She is an amazing young woman. I wish I knew her better. Yeah? I've been thinking about it. I just hope it isn't too late, you know. She's all grown up now. I don't know if it'd make a difference. You think? It'd make a big difference for me, that's for sure. Even if she never forgives me, I don't want her to think I gave up on her. I settled on sending her a message after we talked it through, but I'm still figuring out what to say. Nothing I've come up with feels good enough. An old orbiting research station near Saturn. I was there investigating some strange grav signals, but I found a lot more than I bargained for. Turns out some local pirates had been using the station as a hideout. They blew the whole damn place to space dust trying to chase me out of there. I'm glad you took it off my hands. Damn thing wasn't worth a fraction of the trouble it caused. Whatever you need it for, keep me out of it. I'd be happy to talk. Yeah, actually. A couple of times. Earth's not much to look at, but saying you've been there makes a decent bar story. Save your jump fuel, Captain. Earth's pretty much a dust bowl these days. Yeah, actually. Empty, desolate. About what you'd expect from a planet nobody's lived on in a couple of centuries. It was damn quiet, too. Like walking through a graveyard. A mix of curiosity and responsibility. I wanted to see the old neighborhood, you know? But to tell you the truth, it wasn't exactly the awe-inspiring experience I was hoping for. I thought I'd feel some kind of connection when I landed, but I didn't. I guess there's some cool stuff to see if you're into history. But honestly, Earth's not much to write home about. Even Mars looks exciting by comparison. First time I visited, I almost crashed my ship into an old Earth structure. I got caught in a storm right out of orbit and had to get out of the sky fast. I pointed my ship at the nearest patch of empty sand and started hauling ass for the surface. Thank God the clouds cleared when they did, or I'd be toast. Turns out that empty sand was actually the footprint of a giant pyramid. I almost came down right on top of it. That would have been one heck of a way to go out. I landed nearby so I could visit it when the storm ended. Wow, it blew my mind. That thing must have been built centuries ago, and it was still there. Crazy, huh? Save your jump fuel, Captain. Well, yes and no. I've spent my whole life in the old neighborhood. I was ready for a change, but I do feel kind of guilty about it. When I joined the Vanguard, I decided to take on the responsibility of keeping the Sol system safe. It wasn't official, just something I felt I had to do. I can't help wondering if things will get worse there without me to keep an eye on the place. Yeah, that's right. I'm Martian born and bred. My dad was a miner. My mom worked for Deimos' corporate office. It's your classic Sidonian love story. Honestly, Mars was kind of a crappy place to grow up. The people aren't so bad, but there isn't a lot to do. I went pretty stir-crazy as a kid. Huh. You know what? I think you're right. That's a good way of looking at it, Captain. A vanguard for the entire settled systems. Think the UC will give me a raise for that? Whatever you say. Let's do this again sometime. Hope the Black Sea is treating you all right. I'm ready to help out.
Layla's been going on about the heart of Mars again. When's she gonna give it a rest?
Hey. Do you have room for one more on your crew? I think you'll agree my rate is fair. Well then. Goodbye.
Mining takes all types. Young upstarts, former military, ex-cons. You can lift the tool and haul more.
Nothing like fresh air filters. Am I right?
People used to think the nearby mountain was a face on the surface of Mars.
Excuse me.
Ridiculous, huh? Doesn't look anything like one.
Sometimes I wish I'd taken an easier job.
Hello, traveler. Will you join me for a while? You strike me as someone with an interesting story. Call it scholar's intuition. Meeting a kindly stranger is always a blessing. What brings you to Sidonia? Oh, a kindred spirit. I've been exploring the galaxy for years myself. I'm doing research for a book I intend to write. Voyaging through the Starfield is a humbling and beautiful way to live. It's a pleasure to meet a fellow nomad. It's going to be a philosophical text about my theories on the intersection between science and the divine. I've been studying that relationship for years, and I want to preserve my findings for future scholars. Join your crew? I usually travel alone, but the idea does appeal to me. I'd have more time to focus on my book if I were traveling with you. Are you willing to pay? I dislike taking money from friends, but I'll need some credits to stow my ship at Sidonia's spaceport. I'll work to make it up to you, naturally. Let me think about it. That's true. There's more. Not if I go broke. Sorry. I'm sorry, but Then we have an accord. I need to speak to someone at the spaceport about stowing my
People always ask me what I think about mining. It rocks. God, this life ain't easy.
I'm not built for...
pays the bills.
Of course you may, Cap. I'd be happy to tell you more about myself. I call myself an experimental theologian. I have a particular interest in the relationship between quantum physics, probability, and the divine. My beliefs have primarily been shaped by reading the works of ancient astronomers, like Johannes Kepler, Isaac Newton, and Galileo Galilei. A bit of a mouthful, I know. That's why I think it's important to write it all down in a book. Unfortunately not. My mothers chose the last name when they married to honor their shared love of astronomy. I've always considered Johannes Kepler to be something like my guardian angel. I often turn to his writings when I need a new perspective on my own studies. It's an honor to carry his name through the Starfield. I've always thought he'd be awed by how far humanity has come. Mainly through observation. My prized possession as a child was my telescope. I spent hours watching the stars. As I got older, I became fascinated with the mathematics behind what I was seeing, and began to study the works of classical astronomers. My interest in a divine mathematician evolved from their theories about sacred geometry. I believe in something I call the divine mathematician. It's a theory borrowed from those ancient astronomers I mentioned. In essence, I believe that the laws of science govern our daily lives, but that those laws were planned and set in motion by a higher power. I had a feeling you might. I get the impression you've been touched by something otherworldly. I imagine that would shape anyone's perspective. Nowhere you've heard of. My mothers were listers. They raised me on a small planet in the Narian system. We called it Avalon. LIST is an acronym. It's short for League of Independent Settlers. It's a term for homesteaders who strike out on their own rather than settling in a city. I've met plenty on my travels. They always have remarkable stories to share. Remembering them always makes me smile. Their names were Brenda and Lynette, and they were travelers like me. They met by chance at the Deimos Star Yard and fell in love at first sight. They abandoned their career shortly after to join LIST and travel together. After they'd established a homestead on Avalon, they traveled to New Atlantis to adopt me. I have, and I'm grateful for it. To live an explorer's life has been an extraordinary privilege. I'll have more than enough interesting stories to tell in my book. I'd be happy to. Avalon holds a very special place in my heart. It's a beautiful place that's covered in lakes and almost always shrouded in mist. My mothers thought it resembled the mythological kingdom of Avalon from the Arthurian legends. That's where we got the name. It certainly looked the part. Growing up there felt like living in a storybook. I used to hunt for fairies on the shores near our home. No, I'm afraid that's impossible. The legends say you need a fairy to guide you there, and I never did manage to catch one. In all seriousness, I promised my mothers that I'd keep Avalon's location a secret. It was our special place. They didn't want to share it. I left to begin my studies. It seemed to me like the Starsea was the most reasonable place to find answers about the universe and the divine. Leaving was a difficult decision, but I don't regret it. I found no shortage of material for my book out here in the space lanes. To tell you the truth, traveling with you has given me more clarity than I expected. It's obvious that you're an agent of something bigger than yourself. Watching you fulfill that destiny up close has given me a new appreciation for how a single life can be shaped by cosmic forces. It's going to be a philosophical text, explaining my theories about science and divinity. I'm writing it as a means of preserving my way of thinking for future scholars. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate that. Whether I find what I'm looking for or not, I'm grateful to be traveling with you. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in a... Naturally, you're... Yes, that does ring a bell. Decades ago, I met a man called Irvin in New Atlantis who spoke at length about an explorers collective with that name. He said they were searching for truth among the stars. I was fascinated. Irvin offered to introduce me to the other members, but it wasn't meant to be. The colony war broke out shortly after we spoke, and I never heard from him again. Naturally, another remarkable twist of fate. The odds of you working for the group I nearly joined decades ago are astronomically tiny. I believe it's further evidence that none of this is an accident. I've been dabbling in astrology. Not the answer you'd expect from a student of physics, I assume. I'm treating it as a history lesson and as research for my book. Most of the ancient astronomers I've studied were astrologers, too. They read astrological charts to predict how the planet's movements might affect their lives. It's fascinating to read about, but I've had difficulty practicing it myself. Every astrological text I have references the Sol System's stars as seen from Earth. I suppose no one told the ancient Babylonians their astrological methodologies would need to account for a spacefaring society. Yes, that does... He said they were... The colony war broke out shortly after we spoke, and... No, I didn't. Irvin's silence felt like a sign from the universe that I was meant to pursue my studies without outside influence. Naturally, I believe it's further... I'd be happy to talk with you.
Hello.
Hey there. Oh, hello there, friend. Have you been there long? Between you and me, I'm pretty tuckered. When that stack of papers was smaller, I might have used it as a pillow. Whew. Was I asleep? Oh, you've probably been standing there for a while. Oh, good. I thought maybe I'd fallen asleep. But, oh my, I've forgotten my manners. Phil Hill, at your service. Yes, it rhymes. My parents had a thing about rhyming. My siblings are named Bill, Jill, and Sil. The Hills. What a thrill. But there I go again. You aren't here to talk about me. You're here to talk about List.
Sounds like we're about to hear a sales pitch.
What? No, nothing like that. I assumed everyone has heard about us by now. We're List, the League of Independent Settlers. How can I help make today your very best day? That's terrific, because this stack of paper, these are just the most recent applicants. Everywhere I go, people are really excited about I've got a cargo hold.
That's not our problem.
Oh, of course not. I wouldn't make you do my paperwork for me. Although, I wouldn't mind the help. used to have an office on Aquila, but, you know, budget cuts. But it turned out for the best. Now they send me all over settled space where I can interface directly with the people. I'm a people person, as you can probably already tell. Not to worry. We're looking for folks with ships and/or basic people skills to seek out suitable planets and leads on... I don't suppose you possess... You know, I can tell that you do. Just most importantly, we need to collect data on habitable planets. The more habitable, the better. You know, the oxygen and water are musts. Other signs of life, even better. Secondly, we're always looking for new applicants. So, as you travel around meeting people, when the occasion arises, see if you can interest them in signing up for the list. I'm pretty sure I overheard some people in here talking about wanting to start a new life. Why don't you start with them? Bring any suitable planet survey data slates to me, and I'll happily pay you for them. And you'll also earn an immediate commission for each interested party who's signed. So get on out there. I am glad you asked. List provides members with a few tangible benefits and a few intangible ones. First off, we locate an ideal location matching the needs and desires of our members. After that, we provide transportation, as well as a starter set including basic hab modules, extractors, and seeds for farming, etc. Everything needed to get off to a good start. Then we set up a small encrypted satellite to aid communication between distant neighbors and the rare list ship that swings by the sector to offer aid and trade supplies if desired. But more importantly, List provides its members the satisfaction of living on their own and on their own terms, independent and free from harassment and governmental interference. Excellent. Whoops. Oh, it's what can I do you for? Fabulous.
That would have been wild.
Oh my, I completely forgot. Yes, of course. We have an amazing pamphlet called Top of the List, which is scientifically proven to work 90% of the time. Though, I'm afraid there's a small fee to cover printing expenses. But your commission will more than make up for... My pleasure. Wha-bam! I'm sure you're very busy. Oh, sure. Bring me suitable, the more habitable, and you'll earn an immediate... Keep your ears open for people. That's why I hang. Oh, well, my head in the net. But I'm not. But I want to be a part of all this. Maybe with a... like yourself. I like to... Stop it, you. Not while I'm... Oh, I'm... Thanks anyway, though. See ya.
This here's the most important work in the galaxy. We mine the resources and make spaceships possible.
Hey, excuse me.
Howdy.
Pardon?
Yes? What? I'm looking for work. I'm not asking for much.
I haven't had a day off in 3 years. Unless you're a dame, there's always another long day.
While I'm if you notice any of the
Dame
miners
Staryards
exhibiting
may
worrisome
take care now.
behavior, feel free to let me know about it.
Yes?
Hi there, friend.
Mars isn't
more
forever.
to life than this.
gotta try to liven things up a little.
The miners have a secret about something they call the heart of Mars. I overheard one of them talking about it at the bar.
Yes?
Layla, I think it was.
Oh, really? This has scam written all over it. Trust you? Hmm. Yeah, alright. Alright! Let's do this! I feel good about this.
You see? I knew fate would bring us together again.
Pardon?
Oh, so good to see. You weren't waiting long. Take care.
Hello.
Howdy.
Am I glad I got work in the deep mines? That's where you make the big bucks.
Hey there. How go? Sometimes it feels like we used to be against there be no you see.
I know we're supposed to clean up vandalism, but I just can't bear to think of break down. Know when you're ready to launch. When you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you.